hello, welcome back. Oh, my friends. I know that you missed me. It's been a whole 20 hours since you saw me. And in those 20 hours, what have you done with your life? What have you done? Oh, that came right out my mouth, eh? Hi, Ritus. Oh, God, I thought when my teeth fell out. You know that orange tooth that I have? Hi, welcome back. Roll of the D's says, sorry I'm late. I didn't have a girlfriend, so I had to go make one in order to break up with her. How would you make a girlfriend? I think you would begin with getting... Oh. Anonymous gifted 10 subs yesterday after Brandon. Thank you, Anonymous. I didn't even see that. So, to build a girlfriend, you start with cake. You first of all, you get a cake. That's the foundation of every woman. The ass. Start with cake. And then I like a series of tubes. And then a series of tubes. Does your girlfriend need arms? Does she really? Do you really need a hand job from your girlfriend? Or does she just need, I don't know, like just a mouth? Just two wet holes, the mouth and the vagina. It's so sad and frustrating that there's a subsection of people who are like, yep, that's all I need. And that subsection of people are all right here in my Twitch chat. That's crazy. Just the congregation, just with me right now. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Damn, I could have had my 3-year anniversary, but I'm here in stream instead. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Throw away your accomplishments for the parasocial relationship with an e-girl. Please, yes. Come on now, let's go. Let's do it. Dervish says, I built a house. That's crazy because I'm a home wrecker. That's amazing. We're like two sides. Together, what could stop us? Except for maybe some HOA guidelines and perhaps zoning regulations. Smedden 94. Were you born in 1994? I feel bad for everyone who was born in 1988 because if you put 88 in your username, people are like, you're a Nazi. You are a Nazi. You born in 1994, probably not a Nazi, but also who knows? There's lots of people could be Nazis. Damn, you look stunning. I'm glad you're stunned. I'll stun you all day long. I used one of my ribs and I made my girlfriend Eve. You know, I prefer Lilith. I prefer Lilith, who was made as Adam's equal. I love me some good Lilith. Yeah. The girlfriend would have to have some cake. I mean, that's just... It's such an exquisite foundation of the rest of your body. I wouldn't deny it to anyone ever. Yeah. I imagine ideally for the Gooners, says Ritus, just like one big foot is all they need. Just a single foot. 5 toes, 1 ankle, 1 heel. A real nice like that. You love that curve. You love that curve. It's the summer fit today. Yeah, Dashing, yeah. Yeah. Yesterday's outfit was... Come on now, you. Come on now, you. No brassiere poking out, not even a little bit. Yesterday's outfit was very intense. Very, like, superhero-ish, or supervillainish. Very costumey, to the point that multiple people were like, are you in a cosplay? And I laughed at them, because I'm like, no. No. I am such a character, though. Such a character. So just like a nugget with like 2 holes, that's probably the most disturbing. I've seen a lot of pornography. I'm a person of the internet. I've been online. And I've seen a lot of pornography that was really disturbing. But the most visually, the most viscerally uncomfortable pornography is the amputation pornography, where the person has no arms and no legs. And they're just like a head and a torso, and they're being engaged in sexual activity. I think that also, I mean, that makes perfect sense, because that's a fucking nightmare for anyone. I mean, our arms and our legs are the appendages that give us independence and give us our own abilities. And so it's real fucking terrifying to watch people fetishize taking away like every layer of independence from a person. What are you barking at? You are a little nugget. Oh no. Oh no. I had to search it up for educational purposes when I heard about it. I definitely saw it first and was like, and that's everything I need to know about this nightmare. Holy fuck, that's all that I ever needed. Jesus Christ. Jesus, take us now. Send the flood. Send it on out. I mean, I read, what's that really famous one? That really famous hentai? Is it called Transformation? Transmogrification? I forget exactly what it's called, but it's about that like nerdy, dark-haired school Metamorphosis. Thank you. Wow, that's Captain Flapjacks. What a great first message. Thank you. It's called Metamorphosis. I read that one. I was like, oh, this is the one. This is the one that like everyone talks about. Like it's so bad, and it was really, it was awful. It was very, very depressing. Super duper depressing. Not as depressing as the nugget pornography. But also depressing and awful for the same reason that the main character in that also has like all of her own, like she lets her insecurities get the best of her. She ends up putting herself into a situation that she cannot escape from. And then it's just like brutality after brutality after brutality. And it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare to feel trapped. And I think that's like the modus operandi for a lot of like capitalism and a lot of our world today, is that where you are, you're trapped there. Unless you buy my product, unless you subscribe to my channel, unless you like and follow, like you're trapped exactly where you are, unless you follow me. Follow me. This chatter said, Glorp, get on League. Like, play League of Legends? But I love being sexually active. And those two things are deeply incongruent. I simply can't condone it. Lilith, save me. Save me, Lilith. Roll the D says, pegging used to be something that pirates did when they lost a limb. I feel like one of my favorite pornographies I ever saw, going in the complete opposite direction of this, was an amputee. I think it was a woman who had a below knee amputation. So she still had a bit of her shin and a bit of her calf. And she was using that to, I think it was to anally stimulate a man. She was using her amputated leg to penetrate a man in the anus. And I liked it. Not like for me. Not for anything that I want to be a part of. Yeah, I think you guys have seen it too. It's also, what's so crazy about it is that it's old. It like when you watch that clip, it's very obvious that it was on film. Like this wasn't on a digital camera. This is from, it looked like it was from the fucking 70s or something. And I know this sounds really crazy, but it's very important for us to get away from this sort of like ableist, heteronormative sexual engagement. That it could happen to any of us, that we lose a limb or we become differently abled. Sometimes saying disabled makes me feel like sad and frustrated because I'm like, there are a lot of people who are labeled as being disabled and they are incredibly fucking able to do so many things. It seems like a sort of over-labeling. Anyways, amputations, and because that's the thing, that these people exist. These people are around us every single day. But what we see in pornography, what we see in film and television, in commercials, kind of seems like it's just one thing over and over and over again. It's that, like, one type of looking person who seems to be fucking everywhere, and it quite often aligns with what you've already seen. Rightus, I had the immediate urge to ban the guy who told you to play League. Those are good instincts, Rightus. Those are good instincts. Howdy, Clint. How's it going? Oh, Clint, I was thinking about you this morning. Mostly because I'm like, I really do need to read The Name of the Wind. I have the book. It's there on my shelf. It's so big. It's so big. So intimidating, though. Oh. Yeah, damn. What did I just stumble upon? Do you guys remember Stumble Upon? Do you remember? It was sort of like Dig. And then Dig got bad. And then everyone went over to Reddit. Oh, and you're a puppy. And you're making puppy noises. Did you hear that? Did you hear her puppy noise? She makes some good puppy noises. She's a very talkative little dog. Stumble Upon was like Dig and kind of like Reddit, but I feel like it was like a random website generator. Oh, there you go. There you go, puppy. Nah, she's too far away from the mic and she's down the ground, yeah. I was actually just looking at my copies of The Name of the Wind like 10 minutes ago. Are our brains connected by invisible strings? What does this mean? Oh, no. I've heard mixed reviews about that one. Into Extremes 2, In the Name of the Wind, I mean. Oh, Jack, I definitely assumed that you were talking about the pornography. You're like, mixed reviews about that amputation pornography. I'm like, really? Everyone seemed deeply enthusiastic when I saw it. Oh, I love that one, yeah. Okay, but here's the thing about Timmy and Tommy in Animal Crossing. Oh, also, like, speaking of Animal Crossing, yesterday I went to my like little coffee shop where I go and I read my book, and I'm reading right now, it's called The Broken Kingdoms. It's the second book in the Inheritance trilogy by N.K. Jemisin. The first book is called The 100,000 Kingdoms. Say it out loud. Say it out loud. The 100,000 Kingdoms. It's so fun to say out loud. It's even more fun to read. It's a great book if you like female main characters. If you don't like female main characters, this book is obviously not going to be for you. But if you're like, I don't mind if the main character is a woman, I want to pretend I'm a sexy lady, jump into these books. They're very, very well written. I went to my little cafe. I went and I sat down. There was like some people who were already there. There was like 2 girls with laptops who I think were doing some work. There was a dude with a laptop who seemed to just be relaxing. He didn't seem to be doing much work at all. Get out there, you. And when I sat there for a while. I was there for like a couple of hours reading. But you take a moment because you get to a part in the book where you're like, oh, it's so intense. Oh, it's so overwhelming. I need to breathe for a moment. So I put my book down. I like did a little stretch. I looked around a little bit. And then I noticed that the guy with the laptop, who didn't seem to be working, just seemed to be hanging out, was wearing an Animal Crossing hat. He was wearing an Animal Crossing hat. I did a big double take because it was the leaf symbol from Animal Crossing, the one that we all know so well. But I was like, wait a minute, there's like lots of logos that are a leaf. It's not automatically going to, and my brain would fill in that a leaf is Animal Crossing because I fucking love Animal Crossing. So I did like a kind of embarrassingly large double take, but he was wearing an Animal Crossing hat. I should have asked him if he was wearing the hat because he loves Animal Crossing, or if he was just like, no, I just like this hat because it has a leaf on it. I should have asked. Maybe he was my soulmate and now I missed my chance. I read the first book, The 100,000 Kingdoms. Oh, did you like it? The second and the third are super different, and I really like them too. I'm like 12, 14 chapters into the second book. I love it. Do people have a serious preference for that? Like they're unable to read a book where the main character is different from them because they can't empathize? Hazer, it goes even further than that. J.K. Rowling wrote the Harry Potter books under the name J.K. Rowling because, unfortunately, people don't even want to read a book written by a woman, even if that woman is writing about young men, even if the main character is a boy. There are people who are like, I just don't like women, and they don't want to read a book from a woman's perspective. They don't want to read a book that was written by a woman. I think it's also why N.K. Jemisin goes by N.K. Jemisin. Her name is Nora, but I think having the book written by a woman named Nora would give it this perception of it being a girl book for girls. It's a girly girl book. It's a girl book for girls. But these books are for everyone. They're very well written, fun and sexy with intrigue and mystery. Incredible rich world building as well. It's so good. Bonjour from Montreal. Bonjour. My friend's friend had their second book published last week. I forget the name of it. It was said in passing. I believe they're also the young adult genre. I will DM them once I have the names. Oh, it's very exciting. Oh yeah, we should all be writing books. We should all be writing books. Yeah. Yeah. Jack Grimble says, Hazer, 100%. Yeah. They will adamantly defend their argument that these books are bad because of that particular reason. Bad juju. Yeah. It's crazy that there are... again, going into like friend of a friend stories. So my friend called me and was like, listen to this. His friend's niece. So like this is complicated for the sake of like clarity, but not necessary for the sake of the story. So this little girl who my friend is friends with her family, she got suspended from school. She's 11 or 12 years old. She got suspended from school because her classmates were getting into an argument, and one of her classmates called another classmate a bad monkey, and she responded with, no, he's a good monkey. And the student that they were talking about was a black student. And so she got suspended. I think they both got suspended. One for calling another student a bad monkey and another for calling the student a good monkey. And he was talking about this like, that seems really fucking extreme. That seems incredibly fucking extreme. And the family of this kid was like, I can't believe that she would get suspended for saying that. The implication being that she said something really racist. It is obviously very racist. We'll use all sorts of ridiculous fucking insults towards people of color. And black people being called an animal is a very common racist trope. I think with children, though, what is more likely is that children really identify with animals. Many children will be like, I'm a cheetah, I'm a lion, I'm a gorilla, I'm a fucking swordfish. Children are taught about these animals, and then they identify with them. And then they use those identifying features in those animals. I'm an owl, all these sorts of things. I don't think that that child was trying to make a racist comment towards their classmate. But it is in like a greater context. It is not an appropriate thing to say to anybody. Her family then went on to say, this is where it gets a little bit more complicated, because then her family, I think it was her grandmother, was like, how dare they think that we're racist? We have black friends. And there it is. And then there it is where it's like, oh, you did actually slip into the actual racism, where you have this perspective that you are like righteous and good and like impossible of creating any sort of racist dialogue because you accept black people in your social circle, or brown people into your social circle, or Asian people into your social circle. And that gives, unfortunately, people this sensation of like, I'm doing so well. And it comes down to this idea of othering, I think, where they have this moral high ground of being like, I see that you're other than me, and I accept you, and that makes me good. And like, no, that othering itself is what is fucking awful. there it is, that othering of like, I see you as separate from myself. I see you as different from what I am or who I am because of your gender, because of your skin color, because of a whole bunch of shit that people have no fucking control over. And so lots of people are like, oh yeah, like I would have sex with a woman and I would date a woman, but I would never read a woman's book. I'm not sure about that. Rowling had powerful predecessors. Anne Rice, Anne McCaffrey, Ursula Le Guin, heck, most awesome, Mary Shelley. I mean, Jack, I think you should look up the name that Mary Shelley first published her book under, because I'm pretty sure she didn't publish under Mary Shelley. I feel like almost all of those authors that you listed at one point had to publish to establish a fan base under a gender neutral name or even a male name. It's very, and we erase that part of history because we want to be seen as progressive, but many female authors had to pretend to be men to get their books out there. One of the people in my board game group writes romance novels for a living. Ooh. The same thing happens with video game characters. I don't understand why you need to have a character that's the same as you in art about learning perspectives. It's maddening. I mean, art oftentimes kind of falls into two categories. It's either escapism, where we want to remove ourselves from the reality of this world entirely. And escapism is really super duper fun. The escapism is amazing. We want to escape from the confines of this world, or we want to escape from the confines of ourselves. And then art can also be a mirror or a reflection of society. And with video game characters, I think a lot of people want to escape their life, but see themselves as successful. So they're like, I don't want to play this video game unless I can identify as the character. But then there's also a lot of guys who are like, I love playing video games as a woman because the camera's perspective is from behind and there's a woman's ass in front of me. And Mary went against Lord Byron in a write-off and she won. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, under Percy's name, I think. Her husband. True. Glad that fad's going away. Forever. Never to come back. No, it's still happening today. It happens all the time still. Oh, no. Stampede, why do you have to say you are not an owl? You don't know that he's not an owl. He could definitely be an owl. The children are taught racism, too. It's true. It's true. It's not innate in children, but they are taught it. Invader, would you like to scratch my car with your key entirely? What? No, I use my key to get into my house. I'm not gonna waste it on your stupid fucking car. Society needs to just take a huge chill pill. Skydor, I don't think that's possible. I feel like there has been a lot of brain damage that was inflicted upon a vast population of people on this planet due to COVID. I really do think that COVID-19 like took us down a few fucking pegs. Ensign Bob says, ooh, I just walked into this convo. Good for you. Personally, I enjoy role-playing as a femme character every now and then. Yeah. I'm more focused on the journey than the character itself. Yeah, me too. I like all the elements around the main character. And quite often in books and TV shows, and especially in video games, who you are as the main character is the least interesting part of the story. The most interesting parts are like everything else going on around you. Okay, Karma, do you think COVID had more of a traumatic impact on the West than 9/11 V? I mean, I think you're comparing apples to oranges. I really don't think that those two things are comparable in any way, shape, or form. I mean, how could you, what? One of them was a global pandemic, and another one was a terrorist attack on the United States of America. Like, those are such different things. Those are so super duper different things. And what I'm saying is that there was definitely we've heard of people who have noticed it and have been able to articulate it and share their experience, that there are a lot of people who are like, after I got COVID, I had like continuous brain fog, or I had really intense fatigue, and I can't begin to imagine how many people are feeling those symptoms like brain fog and fatigue, but to a degree that would be like a lot more difficult to notice. And so it kind of flies under the radar. And they might not even realize that it's happened to them. But we see this like global shift towards, I mean, I read an article this morning or last night about how there are several states in the United States that are trying to ban chemtrails. And those don't exist. Those just don't exist. Chemtrails aren't real. That's not a real thing. They're like banning the boogeyman. It's... Woo! It's pretty fucking nuts, eh? I'm Canadian, I'm allowed to say that. It's pretty fucking nuts. It is a wild and crazy experience that it's gonna be interesting to see what, if any, history books. Who knows what the history books will say. Do you not think that that's vanishing, though? It feels like after the boom of Twilight and 50 Shades, female authors really got more recognition, right? I might be wrong. I really hope that I'm not. If I am, I'm super naive. Oh, okay. Well, it's a little difficult to say. So on one hand, the books like Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey were wonderful. Like, they were written by women, they were promoted by women, they had like female main characters. 50 Shades of Grey being a fan fiction of Twilight, which is also really interesting, and that's created its own fucking global phenomenon. But there was also a really gigantic negative backlash to those as well. There's a kind of uncomfortable trend towards, if a lot of women start liking something, it for whatever reason becomes offensive to other people. I really don't want to be like, it becomes offensive to men, because it's definitely not all men. Pedro Pascal would never be offended by this. But it's really interesting that, like, if women really, really, really start liking something, like really going, like, this is my favorite thing, I love it so much, it makes me so happy, it's a woman thing for women, there's a, like, you look down your nose at it. It's like, oh my God. And then you have people who would be like, Jesus Christ, like, no wonder dating is so hard. All these bitches are reading 50 Shades of Grey instead of reading, I don't know, the Dark Tower series, which I tried and I could not get into it. I feel really bad. One of you sweet, wonderful guys got me like a whole little box set of the Dark Tower series. I got like 200 pages into it and I was like, I hate this. I hate this so much. I don't understand. This is just not for me. I don't understand why I hate it so much. What's interesting is that, and this makes me so happy, is that really smutty books, like the 50 Shades of Grey, did open the door for mainstream, like, smutty books to become incredibly popular again, which is excellent. There's a lot of really, I think it's called A Court of Thorns and Roses, maybe? Does that sound familiar to you guys? There's also The Haunting of Adeline. I heard some guy, I like found this dude through Reddit who had a motorcycle. He's like a motorcycle guy on Instagram. And then he would do Instagram lives where he would read out loud The Haunting of Adeline. And it was great. It was very entertaining. I understand why these books are so popular. But what's so difficult is that they're seen as, like, less worthy than other bits of literature because of the, like, disgusting horniness of them. And to be honest, the, like, deeply inappropriate romantic tropes that they lean into. Yeah. I'm sure this has been answered, Ton. I'm sorry. Did they tell you why they banned you? Yes, because I stood up and I walked into my kitchen. And when I stood up and walked into the kitchen, my shorts didn't completely cover my entire buttocks. And so you could see, like, maybe like an inch of my lower buttocks. And that inch is enough to get you banned. Yeah, Sarah J. is the Court of Thorn and Roses. Faye Court's amazing writing as far as I've heard. It's wild. It's horny, and then for whatever reason, it being horny. Yeah. Gives people permission to then just, like, write it off entirely. As, like, this isn't real books. These aren't real. This isn't real reading or whatever. Moral of the story, buy a motorcycle. You're welcome. Yeah, he was a real interesting dude. Like, very noticeable Arrested Development. He was like, I'm really ugly. He was, not me, he said this about himself. He was like, I'm an ugly guy, so, like, I have to keep my motorcycle helmet on. Because if anybody ever saw my face, they'd be, like, so disgusted and nobody would like me because I'm really ugly. And I was like, okie dokie, dude. Cool, cool, cool. That wasn't the question, but all right. And then his, like, self-perception of him being ugly made, it was a really intense roadblock to every avenue of conversation. It became incredibly fucking, like, I eventually was just like, okay, I'm just gonna stop the conversation because I don't know, like, what to talk to you about. Every conversation came back to him feeling so insecure, it was impossible to engage with him. And then he had a sort of, like, what is that called? There's like a special phrase, deceiver's delight, or like the duper's delight. Duper's delight sounds wrong, but also is very fun to say. He had this, like, chip on his shoulder, I guess I would describe it as. Had this, like, really malicious delight in that he's like, all these women are, like, thirsting over me because I'm like riding my motorcycle, and he had, like, a fit body, I guess, like just kind of like an average man body. And he was like, all these women, like, are so into me only because they don't know what I look like, and, like, they're so horny for me, but I'm, like, tricking them. And so it gave him a sense of power, but it was, like, a very painful power, I guess, is how I would describe it. You would think that having, like, tons and tons of women lusting after you would give you a sense of, like, oh, I'm adored. I'm surrounded by love. I have this community that supports me. But he did not feel that way at all. He was just like, these stupid women wouldn't even be interested in me if they could see my true face. Very, like, Beauty and the Beast style. Showing a bit of butt is so stupid to get banned over. I mean, my butt is fucking fantastic. It's worthy of getting in trouble for. Yeah. I need to know, what kind of motorcycle? Oh, that's a good question. It had 2 wheels. I'm sure that narrows it down. There were handlebars in the front, so that should help you a lot as well. And a motor inside the motorcycle. And, oh, it had a seat. Yeah. There you go. That's all the information you need, right? That's it. Motorcycles are super cool. Motorcycles are super duper cool. I'll be honest with you, when I see a motorcycle guy drive by, I give him a little look. I take a peek. But the first and basically the only thing that I look at when someone is riding a motorcycle is what shoes are they wearing. And 100% of the time, it seems like they're wearing... Whoa. Bow. In the kitchen. And 100% of the time, they are wearing sneakers. Like, they're wearing sneakers. Oh, I really don't think you should be wearing sneakers on a motorcycle. That seems like you don't want your ankle bones. Or you don't value your toes. Because, holy fucking Christ. You, on a motorcycle, do not need to make a single mistake. You could be the most graceful and hyper-vigilant motorcycler in the world. You could be a perfect motorcyclist. But people in cars are so fucking stupid and so distracted that they'll make the mistake for you. Your butt is dangerous and it needs to be contained. This is true. That must be a custom job motorcycle. No way. I know. 2 wheels, a seat, a motorcycle engine inside the motorcycle, handlebars. Probably cost him an arm and a leg. Probably has a gas tank too. Might be a Yamaha. Did it also make sound? Can you imitate the sound that it made? No! No, that costs extra. You gift me 10 subs, I will be a motorcycle for you. Oh yeah, the shoes. I look at the motorcycle, not the rider. Yeah. You probably are not sexually interested in men. Which would explain why you're here on my stream. Don't like my bra sticking out. I want it to be tucked in. The dog is trying to tell us what the motorcycle sounded like. Oh yeah, she's good that way. Val. Yo. King of all simps says it's easier to shift gears when you're wearing sneakers. I mean, I don't want to be rude because I've never ridden a motorcycle and I recognize that I'm like a deeply judgmental person and that this is a judgment. But like, are you really riding a motorcycle to do it in the easiest way possible? That doesn't seem very hardcore of you for somebody who would want to be seen as hardcore, you know, by riding the motorcycle. I see that they're wearing sneakers and I turn away. If they fall, high chance they're losing that foot. The ankles, some toes. Oof. Oof, yeah. In elementary school, we were on the playground. And like our playground was a pretty standard playground. There was like a ton of grass out in the field, but there was also like a big, like concrete, like by the school yard as well. And we were all playing, and there was like, I think the teachers had taken out some toys for us as well because we were pretty young. This might have been like in kindergarten or maybe grade 1. And one of the guys in my class was like, here, sit in this like, you know, like the little wagons that kids play with, like the little red wagon. It's got like 4 wheels and a little handle on the end of a like pole. One of the guys in my class was like, here, I'll pull you around in the wagon. And I was like, yeah, dude, let's do it. And he ran around, he like ran down the like little hill of the playground. And then he turned really hard. And then he like turned really hard and wanted to like the wagon to turn really hard too. But it just threw me out of the wagon, obviously. And I skid all across the pavement, this side of my leg. And I had road rash all on my thigh, like from my knee all the way up to my hip. All of this thigh was just fucking road rash. And it was, oh my fucking God. It was so insanely painful. Sometimes as a little kid, when you get hurt, the adrenaline is so high that you don't immediately feel the pain. It was not like that. It was not like that. My adrenaline was not high enough to overcompensate for the like intense fucking pain that it was there. It was, holy shit. I'm also amazed at how well it healed. I think that, like, when I got home, my mom warned me. And she was like, that might leave a really big, crazy fucking scar. And I was incredibly lucky that, nope, there wasn't any scar at all. Like, you would never know, looking at my legs, that I had this, like, big fucking road rash all over it. Which makes me think that I got really lucky as well, that it wasn't very deep. That it just, like, scratched the top layer of skin, and it didn't go down into the deeper layers of skin where it's more likely for scar tissue to take hold. Oh. Okay, that'll kind of stay. That's okay. I scraped my finger at work. I thought it wasn't a big deal. I still have a big scar from it. Oh, fuck! Oh, shit. It's such a fucking roulette, right? Of like, am I gonna have this mark on me for the rest of my life? Even if it was like a passing glance of an injury. And then other times it's like you get absolutely fucking rocked, wrecked, and ruined. And then a year later you're like, God damn, look, absolutely not, it's perfectly fine, look at me go. Oof. 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 Oh, I dreamt last night that my leg got cut as well, actually. It's so strange. So yesterday during stream, we were talking about, like, true crime on YouTube. We all love true crime on YouTube. Everybody loves true crime on YouTube. This is driving me fucking nuts. Oh, maybe it's because this isn't tight enough. Hold on. I'm noticing that this is actually quite loose, and that might be why it keeps sliding down. So yesterday on stream, we were talking about true crime, and I was like, oh yeah, I freaking love true crime. Yeah, that's better, damn. Okay, excellent, I solved it. I fixed it. Yesterday we were talking about true crime on stream, and one of you lovely chatters recommended Crime A to Z to me. And it's a great channel. I definitely see why it's so popular. They go into like the incredible depth for each of their stories. But last night I watched it was like a 2-hour video on the Watts family murder. And if you even have a passing interest in true crime, you already know about the Watts family murder. It is probably the most famous family annihilation crime of our lifetime. The story is that Chris Watts and Shanann Watts got married in, I think, like 2010, maybe or 2012. They had 2 daughters, Bella and Celeste. And then Chris Watts started cheating on his wife. He lied to his affair partner about so much, about so much. And then he also got his wife pregnant again. So Shanann is pregnant with their 3rd child. Chris has been cheating on her for I don't even know how long enough. And then it all comes to a head where the relationship is falling apart. Shanann is obviously deeply upset because she's been nothing but a devoted wife and mother. And to be, like, confronted with the fact that, like, your husband is leaving you for somebody younger with, like, no responsibilities is just a nightmare, obviously. And Chris Watts strangled his wife to death and then smothered his 2 daughters to death. And then buried their bodies out at an oil field. It's just, like, even saying these words, it's too fucking horrific to imagine. It's so fucking awful. It feels worse than even a movie that you would watch. It's a nightmare. But then what was so incredible about this whole scenario is that within hours of him doing this, Shanann's friends had already called the police. Like, He did this on, I think it was like a Sunday, Monday night. I think he did it at like 2 o'clock in the morning on a Monday. And by 8 a.m. that Monday, like 6-ish hours later, Shanann's best friend, Nicole, was like, something is wrong. Something, like, she's not responding to my text messages. She missed a doctor's appointment. I went over to her house and her car is still there and her shoes are by the front door. Like, her best friend was so on top of it that not even 12 hours after the family disappeared, the police were at his door investigating it, being like, this is a really serious thing. Like, your wife is pregnant, your children are missing. And Chris Watts was just behaving so fucking suspiciously. Even his neighbors noticed. There's this incredible police body cam footage of the officers going over to the neighbor's house because the neighbor has cameras that can see basically up and down the entire street. And the neighbor was like, yeah, I can like see you loading stuff into your truck last night. And Chris is there and he's like rambling on. He's like going on and on and on about like, yeah, I was like grabbing my tools and grabbing my cooler and like all this stuff. He's like shifting back and forth. He's like fidgeting so much. And the police officer's like, okay, like good. This is like really, really helpful video information. Chris, you go back to your house and I'm just gonna like get the contact information for your neighbor. And the second that Chris steps out the door, the neighbor's like, he is not acting right. He is not acting right. He's like never been this talkative. He's never been this fidgety. Like, he also never loads things into his truck from his house. That's like very, very out of character as well. The neighbors picked up on it right away. And the Crime A to Z video went into like a ton of depth. This case, the Watts family murder, is one of the most covered, like every single crime channel. Oh, DMZR, welcome back for 5 months. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Going back to what I was saying. Thank you. It's very, very famous, but the Crime A to Z video went into so many more details. So many more details. Like how Chris called the kids' school and was like, I'm gonna like unenroll the kids from school. And then in that phone call, he realized that that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't like he shouldn't have known that his children weren't going to go to school anymore if he had nothing to do with their disappearance. And then apparently in the middle of that phone call, he was like, oh wait, are they at school right now, I mean? And the person on the phone was like, what? Hold on, what? It's so heartbreaking that this stupid, awful man just annihilated his entire fucking family. But then I watched that video last night, like not right before I went to bed, but like in the evening. I think as I was like having dinner, I put it on in the background. Oh my God. And last night I had a dream that I was nannying for a family, and I think it was them in my dream. And not only were like the two daughters still there, but then the family had adopted and fostered 14 other children. And so I was nannying for 16 kids in this dream last night. And at some point in the dream, the kids were like running throughout the neighborhood as like 16 children under 10 would be doing, just like wild and crazy and all over the place. And in my dream, the kids were like messing with a shed that was in one of the neighbors' backyards. And they ended up like toppling it. They ended up like pushing over the entire shed because maybe it wasn't very well constructed. And then for some reason, as I was cleaning up that shed, I felt something like cut into my thigh. And I like lifted off some debris that had been like scattered about the yard. And there was like a knife. It was like one of my kitchen knives actually that had cut my thigh in my dream. Oh my God. I should definitely sit down with a psychologist and go through what the meanings of all these things are, but it was a very weird mixing together of like the Chris Watts family murder, me talking about being a nanny yesterday, and then also like my thigh getting cut up. Isn't that crazy? Expansis says, should I be a grown-up and make actual food or lazy and just get pizza? Decisions. Making your own food gives you an overall healthier experience. It's not just that like the actual food that you're going to eat is healthier for you, but also it gives your brain some stimulation to create the food. And it also gives your nervous system a deep sense of satisfaction and accomplishment by making your own food. I'm a big fan of doing your own cooking. I wasn't always. This is like a recent thing, so it's okay if you're young and you want to just be lazy. I was also young and lazy. Have you ever had a cast or a splint because you've broken something? I'll get a cast tomorrow. Yeah, I broke this bone. I broke this arm right here on the last day of school in grade 5. That was a fucking nightmare. That really was so frustrating because I had to have that cast on for the whole summer. It was so sad. Having a cast on for the whole summer sucks. Oh, says Ritus, speaking of dreams. I remember dreaming of this well-lit alley with stairs going up to like a balcony. I thought it was just a dream, and then yesterday I was walking through a part of town that I rarely ever go through, and I saw that exact alley. If I wasn't in a rush, I would have gone down it. Ooh! Oh, yeah. Oh, I oftentimes, when I get deja vu, it's because I'm like, oh, I dreamed about this like 5 or 7 months ago. And then I go through phases of like having a lot of like intense deja vu over and over and over again. It'll be like a 2 or 3 week period where I'll get deja vu like 5 or 6 times in a row. And then I'll go like years without it. I don't remember what happened in the alley. I just remember that alley. I mean, yeah, sometimes dreams are just as simple as like it's a place or just a feeling. Yeah. What does breaking the bone feel like? You're usually in shock. You're usually in shock as soon as it happens. So the protective measures in our bodies is that when something physically traumatic happens to you, your brain releases a fuck ton of chemicals like adrenaline and endorphins. And it also purposefully shuts down the intake of information. Like as soon as you go into an intense situation, your body says you're not going to feel this right now because that's not what's important. After the adrenaline wears off, it's a deep, nauseating sickness. It's like a really deep, nauseating sickness. That was the thing that I remembered the most after I broke my arm when I was like 10, 11 years old, was that I was like sick to my stomach for the rest of the day. And that my arm did really, really hurt. It felt really hot as well. It was very, very swollen, which was painful underneath the cast. But the thing that I remember the most was that I was like, I just feel very sick to my stomach. It just felt very sick. Val, I know that there are people who are moving around outside the house, and they're allowed to do that. We don't need to bark at them. We don't need to be upset by it. We can just relax. Relax, sweet puppy. You don't gotta be stressed out. Did you like the attention that the cast drew to you or not? Having a cast in the summertime sucks. So, like, no amount of attention was able to overcome the fact that, like, I couldn't swim in a pool. I had to, like, put a garbage bag over my arm even to, like, take a bath. I don't even think I could have showers because the garbage bag wouldn't be, like, tight. Even if I, like, taped it to my arm, like, water would still get in. And you usually have the cast for 6 weeks, I think. I think it's like 6 weeks for the bone to set and to heal. And I was so frustrated, guys. This was my luck. I went to the hospital to get the cast removed at 6 weeks. And the doctor looked at it. Oh, man, actually, what was the exact circumstance? I think it was that the doctor who had put the cast on was on vacation. And so the doctor who was looking at me to get the cast off was like, I don't know if I should take this off. I think we should just wait for the doctor to get back from their vacation. And so they made me keep the cast on for 2 more weeks. So instead of having my cast on for 6 weeks, which would have given me at least 2 weeks of summer without the cast on, they made me keep it on for another 2 weeks, and I had it on for the entire 2 months of the summer, which was worst case scenario. Hated it. Yeah, Rightus, let's remove that banned term. I don't know why that one would be banned, but then again, like, the choices that we made in the past were probably based on the nonsense actions of people in the past. And us trying to figure out the logic in it is a losing battle. Oh yeah, I think the motorcycle was a Yamaha based on the wolves. No, I think my dog is just a Yamaha. Just kidding, she's a Cocker Spaniel Poodle. Oh, we banned the name? Oh, right. Okay. I think that's okay. Yeah, that's good, Rightus. I've also been very lucky that I only ever broke that one bone. I had a friend from summer camp who... she had glass bones for sure. She had absolutely fucking glass bones. She was like drunk partying with some friends one night. She was at a playground because Toronto has playgrounds everywhere, and playgrounds are irresistible to drunk people. And she was on a swing set, and she was swinging, drunk on the swing set, and then she jumped off the swing at its, like, apex of its arc. And she jumped off, and she landed, and she broke both her ankles at the same time. Oh, I felt so bad for that. Sucks. Breaking both ankles at once is... oh my God in heaven. You're halfway to being a nugget. Time to sign up to do some pornography. Oh, that poor girl. Is very, very unlucky. Very unlucky. Oh my God, we went to a playground after having a few drinks. Me and another person fell. Luke, your username says that you were born in 1998. Is that correct? So you're like in your late 20s and you're this stupid? Oh my God in heaven. Oh no. I don't know why I assume that people get smarter as they get older. Oh my God, you're so stupid. He literally typed, how would you walk with 2 broken ankles? Dude, a wheelchair. You have to be in a wheelchair. Like, obviously, if you have 2 broken ankles, nobody would be expecting you to walk, and we have a way when people can't use their legs. It's a wheelchair. She was in a wheelchair, obviously. Oh my God, you guys are so funny. Oh, jeez. I was born in 1994, but my username says 92. Lies, lies, and liar. Oh, I hate it. How dare you lie to me? What's wrong with you? You monster. Oh, I thought they meant with 2 broken arms. Oh, yeah. Luke says, I have never seen anything like that in my life. You've never seen a wheelchair in your life? Are you blind? Well, now I'm worried that this guy's blind and I'm... No, I've never seen anyone with 2 broken legs. I think that is actually more rare. Okay. Hold on, hold on, hold on. A wheelchair is just a sideways bike? Correct. It's a wheel. It has 2 wheels. It's a chair. It has a seat. It's got handlebars. Sometimes it's motorized. I took my dog for a walk the other day. I take her for multiple walks every day, but on this one particular walk, there were 2 people in mobility scooters who were going by. And my dog is just the friendliest fucking dog. She wants to make friends with everyone, which is like very sweet and very wonderful. It also means that I end up having a lot of conversation with people who live on the street in Toronto because they live on the street, they're sitting around, they're just like hanging out. And my dog is like, oh, I love people who are just sitting down hanging out. And so these people in mobility scooters, because they're a little bit lower to the ground as well, my dog like really loves people in mobility scooters because they're not too far off from her own eye height. People walking around usually like don't necessarily always look down and pay attention to her. And it was just so sweet. It made me so happy that like my dog just fucking loves everyone. Doesn't matter if you can walk, doesn't matter if you have a house, doesn't matter if you are rich and fancy and famous, or if you are destitute and living a simple life. My dog is just like, I love you, I love you, I love you. I want to like be your best friend. I want to look at you. It's very cute. Sometimes she doesn't want them to pet her and she'll like duck away from their hand. And it's just fucking random happenstance. Sometimes she'll be like, yeah, you can totally pet me. I'm absolutely cool with it. This is great and wonderful. And other times she's just like, why would you try to pet me? What are you doing? I'm just running up to you and putting my paws all over you because I'm a puppy. She's so fucking sweet. Oh, 92 is my favorite number when I was a kid. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. If it's your favorite number, your lucky number, then it's absolutely allowed in a username. Did your friend also ride a Yamaha? No, she's not a motorcycle girl. Now she owns, I think she inherited like a farm from somebody in her family. And now she grows like huge fields of flowers and runs her own florist shop. Soldier said, I've met somebody with a broken heart. It was me. Oh yeah, that's going around. We all take turns with our broken hearts, I think, yeah. Stampede, exactly. My dog loves the eye level friends. Okay, I'm gonna go take my first break. You guys stick around. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go post my adorable little outfit on Instagram for you to enjoy. BRB. all just wait so patiently, so quietly, so wonderfully for me to come back. It is amazing. It is amazing, you sweethearts. I hope you're also like stretching and taking sexy photos of yourself to upload. You should. You definitely should. One of the greatest, most unifying experiences of human life is that when we look back on photos of ourselves when we were younger, we see ourselves through much kinder eyes, like much, much, much kinder eyes. At the time, we might be like, oh, I'm lacking this and I'm lacking that and I'm lacking the other things. But the truth is that none of that is true. None of that is, you're great. You've never been more beautiful than you are right now. Oh, Sneaky. Oh, Sneaky. Thank you. Welcome back for 2 months, Sneaky. Thank you for joining us today. And for joining us for the past 2 months as well. I feel like you've been around a lot longer than 2 months. What's that about, do you think? Where did you get your knit top from? Internet. I'm pretty sure it came off of the internet. It's a great photo, as always. Something about smiling. Something about a great, big, beautiful smile just takes it to a whole nother level. And I like that level. Yeah. Sometimes I try to do the like intense, beautiful smolder where I just like, ooh, yeah, just like that. But it's one of those like relaxing, fun summer days. Actually, wait, hold on. It's not summer yet, is it? Is it? No. Not yet. Now we're in like real late spring, right? What are seasons? What are reasons? What does it all even mean? Small. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Small cucumber water flavored burp. I put cucumbers in my water today. Yeah. Because it's good to stay hydrated. And cucumbers are fucking delicious. It takes that water and makes it gourmet. And I live for that gourmet shit. Earlier in chat was like, should I make food or should I just buy food? And I had such an aversion to cooking my own food for so long. Basically, it felt like to me, if I was just cooking for myself, I was going to be creating so many dishes. Like, I needed a pot, I needed a spoon, needed a cutting board, I needed a knife, I needed the cheese grater, I needed the strainer. Like, I don't know why, in my mind, using all those dishes seemed like such a huge... Because obviously you have to wash all of them afterwards, right? But maybe it was because I did the round of SSRIs and it like chemically rewired my brain a little bit. All of the things that felt like inescapable obligations, the inescapable obligation to feed myself, the inescapable obligation of cooking all the food, the inescapable obligation of then having to clean all the dishes afterwards. All of those things felt exactly like that. They felt like obligations. They didn't feel optional, and they definitely didn't feel like opportunities. And I don't know if it's getting older or if it was like going on the SSRIs and then coming off of them. Because that's the other thing that I feel like a lot of people maybe don't understand about trying antidepressants is that there's two big changes when you go on an antidepressant. The first big change is when it gets into your system and it rewires all of the stuff that you have going on in your brain. And then your brain and your body will change again. There's like another, I would say, equally large change that happens when you go off the SSRIs. And like when I was taking the SSRIs, I did not want to cook for myself. It still felt like an obligation on the SSRIs. But coming off of them, these like past, now it's been like 8 months without the SSRIs, I would say. Coming off of them also was like this incredible great awakening where I was like, oh, my perspective on these actions, I see them now as opportunities. I love doing the dishes. It gives me a great sense of satisfaction, and the warm, soapy water feels amazing on my hands. You can put on a podcast or just listen to music and dance a little bit while you do it. And then once it's done, you get the intense, overpowering sense of satisfaction of like, look at how clean, look at how nice. I did this, and I did it for myself. It doesn't seem like summer because it's rainy and cold here. Definitely springy. Definitely very springy than where you are still. Sorta says, you look fantastic, madam. Yeah. The one pot, one pan dishes are so good. That's another thing. Yeah, there's definitely ways of cutting down on the amount of dishes that you have to do if you plan it out well. Spores says, my wife peeped the stream and she said, I'd leave you for her. Yeah! Fuck yeah! Give me your wives. Give me your wives and girlfriends. I'll satisfy them in ways that you could never even imagine. But I'll let you watch from the cuck chair. Happy Grand Prix weekend for my Formula One folks. Hopefully it'll be better than last year. Oh, wait, what happened last year? Is it a terrible, awful tragedy, or was it just disappointing? I don't really follow the racings. Although I did go see a bunch of movies recently, and I saw two previews for Brad Pitt's movie F1 that's coming out. Brad Pitt's the producer of this movie. He's not just an actor in it. He has creative control over it. I hate Brad Pitt. I really dislike him. I've never really liked him. And in one of the previews for the movie, he literally has a character, like, it's like a family member of a rival driver. He has this, like, family member of a rival driver come in, oh my god, and be like, what? This is the man that you're racing against? He's not old. He's very handsome. And I'm like, Brad Pitt, how fucking shallow are you that you need to have characters in your movie talk about how handsome you are? Like, it's not enough that he and every other Hollywood star pours hundreds of thousands of dollars into cosmetic surgery. They also need to write it into the scripts that they're in, that like, and by the way, I'm super hot. By the way, I'm like super duper hot and gorgeous. Okay, Brad. Never. It's also the anniversary. I think it's the anniversary of Mr. and Mrs. Smith coming out. I did like the movie Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and now I can't watch it. Now it just like really, it fucking breaks my heart to know what Angelina Jolie went through in that relationship. I couldn't stand one day on SSRIs because of the nausea. Oh, I did not have any nausea whatsoever. That's interesting. Cooking for myself. Yeah, I like, because afterwards I get the yummy food, but having to clean up afterwards does feel like a chore. Exactly, Ritus, exactly. We get to switch our perspectives on that. Vegeta Ocelot says, do you like cuddles? I don't like that question. That's a weird question. I do like cuddles. Glad to hear that. SSRIs worked excellent for me. I would have needed it since I was 15 years old. Oh yeah. Subby94 says, I just think to myself, fuck, this isn't going to be dirty again in a few hours. I love thinking about my future self. I'm doing this for my future self. Or sometimes I just imagine I've already done it. It's already done. That one's been really helpful. Whenever there's something that I have to do that I really don't want to, I imagine myself on the other side of it and having that like really intense sensation of satisfaction that like I did it and it's done and over with. Thank God. It's like if you break your arm, do you walk around with it broken or do you want to try to get it fixed? Yeah. Yeah. I feel like it's like depression is like having a wart. You deal with it because it's your body. You deal with it to make yourself feel better. You're not doing it for anyone else. You're not doing it because, I don't know, it's a life-ending. For a lot of us, depression isn't a life-ending affliction. It's just a really like life-diminishing affliction. Oh, Spores, sorry, Stream Elements doesn't like you talking about the cuck chair. But Spores says, I would gladly sit in the cuck chair to see you and my wife going at it. I had my first threesome the other night, like a couple weeks ago, where I went out dancing, I went out to the club, and as soon as I got there, there was this couple who just like they like laser beamed their eyes directly onto me. And I was like, oh, okay. It's nice to be noticed. And then they like very casually, very subtly like made their way over to me. And I was like, this couple is so sweet. This couple is so fun. I could definitely see me hooking up with them. And then I had my first threesome, and it was so wonderful. It was so great. And it was mostly me just like making out with the girl in the couple, because I was like, like the guy's fine, he's whatever, but she was just like so sweet and so beautiful and so lovely. I was like, I'm falling in love with you just like from this one conversation, absolutely. But the guy was just head over heels ecstatic. He was just like, this is my dream come true. This is definitely the best case scenario for what I expected tonight to be like. Just him just fucking her brains out and her and I just like making out and playing with each other's boobs. It was wonderful. It was so nice. Yeah. They followed me on Instagram and they're like, message us afterwards, like let's hang out again. And I can't find them. I don't know how to find them in my Instagram followers. I'm gonna have to like sit down and scroll really, really carefully to look for them again. Can I search my Instagram followers? Maybe I can try to search. I just remember being like, fuck, I needed them to DM me so that I could just find them in my DMs. But then my DMs are kind of disorganized as well. Can Brad Pitt please hurry up and fade into obscurity already? No, Derek, it's never gonna happen. He's too much of a moneymaker. He's already he's got that good publicity. You can search your followers. Oh, X, I'm gonna find them. I'm gonna see what they're up to. Let's go round 2. Sorta says, I see it like this. Happiness is quite linear. You are just situational, happy, pleased. Sadness and depression are much more complex. Oh, sorta. Oh, sorta. I don't know if I would agree with that. Happiness and contentment are not a linear thing. Not even a little bit. Yeah. There's this great book. It's a bit technical, so I don't know if it's for everyone. It's called In an Unspoken Voice. It's by Peter Levine. He's got a PhD. He's very smart. It's very well written. He does a great job of incorporating the technical aspects of what he's talking about, which is like recovery from trauma, and like weaving it into like his own personal experiences. And he talks about pendulation, and happiness and sadness are not continuous states of being. They're necessary elements of a continuous journey. You definitely need to wake up and notice that, I don't know, the way that dogs chew carrots is especially adorable and fucking sweet. And that makes you feel a little bit happy. And then you get that little upswing of dopamine when you go, oh my god, dogs chewing carrots, so fucking cute. Literally so fucking cute. Love it to death. Love dogs chewing carrots. And then it's also equally important to look at your dog and recognize that like, oh my god, my dog's not gonna live forever. One day she will get old and she will pass away and I won't have her anymore. And that makes you feel a little bit sad. And that's pendulation. That's going through, I'm gonna sneeze. Ooh, gesundheit. That's going through the happy feelings that are necessary and important for us to recognize. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the bless yous. But it's also equally important to feel the sadness, to feel misery, to feel hopelessness, to feel depression. Just having one sensation would really make the experience incredibly shallow. The depth of happiness is improved because of the depth of sorrow that we're able to feel. Yeah. You don't have to just try to be happy all the time. What you do have to do is you have to try to be purposeful in your happiness, and then relax into the misery that will also accompany it inevitably. Oh, this guy, Zone, says, I've healed my traumas like the champ that I am. I'm 36, look at me. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say that I think that the actions you're displaying tell us more than what the words you're trying to say are. I'm pressing X to doubt that you have healed your traumas because of the champion that you are. Truly, my instinct is that you seem insecure, which is oftentimes very rooted in traumas. Yeah. I almost said insecure, and your insecurities are rooted in insecurity. Sorry. Sorta says, ooh, cool recommendation. It's a great fucking read. It's intense, but it's phenomenal. Which, I mean, of course it would be. Hi, Sam Dog. Wait a second, I'm just gonna catch up on all the other comments, then I'm gonna get to your joke. Spores says, wait, hold on. Yeah, Spores says, I might be wrong, but in order to be happy, you need to love yourself first. I love me and I enjoy every aspect of my life. I'm blessed. Loving yourself is very important. I got no argument there. Okay, I'll accept it. Yeah. The curse of an active mind, says North Countryman. An unsubscribed North Countryman. Good God in heaven. Life sucks and then you die. Yes, yes, and quoting asinine quips is a way of dealing with it, I suppose. Sam Dog says, a friend asked me which writer had the best dinosaur stories. I suggested he try Ceratops. So good, so good. I love a good pun. I love a good dinosaur pun as well. And it fits in so perfectly because we were talking about female authors earlier today. Hello. Zone says, people can see that I'm healed. Nobody can deny it. Oh, you're a very irritating person. You have a distinct lack of emotional intelligence. One of the distinguishing features of a lack of emotional intelligence is that they can never be wrong. Yeah, he's just like, I'm not wrong. I've healed from my traumas, and everyone can see that I healed from my traumas. And like, hey darling, no offense, you are just one person. You don't even know more than your neighbor knows, and you definitely don't know what everyone knows about you. Oh, and there it is. Yeah, he was on fucking something. We're better off for not having... Brandon, thank God. Thank you for the Brandon, thank God. Thank God. I'm doing my best to, like, work on my own emotional intelligence and not get so fucking, like, agitated when these idiots come and just start, like, shitting straight out of their mouths into my goddamn stream. Holy shit on a stick. Jesus Christ. Fuck me. Brandon, bless you. Bless you. Derek Lee Ketchup, and there it is. Yeah, his last comment was, ugh. Yikes. Comment Brandon W. Bless you, Brandon. Good God in heaven. Whew. Sorta says, what I mean by, like, happiness being linear for me, by the way. I love the distinction. Thank you for the clarification. Sometimes when we speak in generalities, it's hard for me not to be like, wait a minute, how can this be true for everyone? But I definitely recognize that for you, absolutely. The happiness is, like, in a linear sense. I could make any amount of money, date any type of woman, have the best job available. I would still have depressive thoughts. But I've healed immensely in the last 6 years. Wait, okay, now I'm stupid because I don't really understand. Like, the first point that you made seems contrary to all the evidence that you gave afterwards. I'm a little bit confused. I love this new bit off. Weirdos say nonsense, we ban them. Brandon gifts some subs. It makes it just disappear faster. Yeah. Yeah. I think sorta I kind of understand what you're saying. That happiness is something that we cultivate. Happiness is what we grow and nurture ourselves, because the situations around us are so chaotic and uncontrollable, we can't rely on situations to make us happy. More often than not, the situations around us are going to make us feel miserable, lonely, depressed, and alienated, which is why it's so important to then cultivate our own sense of satisfaction and our own happiness. That word, cultivate, is like been ringing really strongly in my mind and in my head recently. That I think it goes hand in hand with gratitude, where gratitude is an insanely powerful weapon against depression and anxiety. Like a really, really unparalleled. And this isn't just from anecdotal evidence of like my own experience of gratitude. This is scientifically proven. This means that you put like any number of people into a room and you get them to practice gratitude, it invariably heightens their internal sense of joy, happiness, and contentment. It is a wonderful countermeasure to how awful life is. So we've all seen what's going on in LA right now. That there are incredibly brave, strong, courageous protesters who are fighting back against these ICE agents who are literally just like the new Gestapo. It's terrifying. I felt awful. It's really disheartening, really, really fucking, it feels hopeless to watch people being torn away from their families, from their communities, from their employment, just because they were born in a different country. It's so counter to what America should be about. And that hopelessness is what they are banking on. They want you to feel hopeless. They want you to feel like it's an unstoppable force that you just need to lay down and accept. But the gratitude that I feel for the people who are fighting back in LA reminds me of all the other times throughout human history where we fought back, like as human beings, where we went, I hate the way that this is. This is not the world that I want to live in, and I refuse to accept it in this fashion, and I will fight back with my blood and my sweat and my tears. And so the gratitude that I have for the protesters, the LA protesters, genuinely is helping me overcome the hopelessness that, like, oh my God. They sent in the National Guard. So depressing. I think I read that they're sending in Marines. I don't know if that's true. It's awful as well. I've tasted success in many regards, and it does not last. It's a matter of perspective. I love myself. I love how far I've gotten in my life. Wait. I mean, the idea of like perpetual and unending exponential success is like kind of nonsense. But I feel like your successes don't just disappear because you moved through time. When I was in maybe that was grade 4? When I was in grade 4, we had a coloring contest for Easter. And I was sitting in the library, and I was like, how am I gonna do, I want to enter the coloring contest, but like, I don't know, like, how, everyone got the same coloring sheet, and it was like, whoever did the best coloring of the coloring sheet was gonna win. And I thought, this might be a little bit childish, because like, we're in grade 4 now. We use colored pencils. But my like little grade 4 brain was like, what if I did the whole coloring sheet in like really thick, vibrantly colored crayon? Like, what if I just like went really hardcore in like these like bright jewel toned crayons, and I did it like real fucking thick? And you guys, I won the coloring contest. I won the coloring contest in grade 4, the Easter coloring contest. because I put aside my perception of like crayons are for babies. Crayons are for like kindergartners. Like big kids use markers. Big kids use pencil crayons. I was like, I'm gonna use actual crayons, and like I went thick and hard on it. And I remember the teacher's feedback. She was like, I'm gonna pick you as the winner. She's like, it's so vibrant, it looks like a stained glass window. And I mean, like, this is like 30 years later. I'm still riding that high. I still feel like winning that coloring contest in grade 4 was like a good omen. It's something that I get to hold on to for my entire life. I'll love it forever. Hi, I just came in and your hair looks great today. Oh, thanks, baby. Yeah, I love my curly hairs. This is like, my hair's more like natural texture. I mean, like I put it in curls, but it also just kind of wants to do this on its own. You're intelligent. I appreciate your takes and responses. Oh, thank you, Sorta. You should subscribe. I thought it was going to be that you flipped the paper over to the blank side of the sheet. No. The coloring contest was pretty specific that, like, to enter the coloring contest, it wasn't a drawing contest. It was a coloring contest. XGen says, I won a class writing contest in grade 5, but I'm still depressed. Have you tried not being? I'm sorry. I know that's so rude. It was a joke. I apologize. How did you react when you won the coloring contest? With shock and awe. It felt like a dream. I was like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. I felt so happy. I still feel so happy when I think about it. It's really difficult when you have an idea to quiet your inner judgment and then just go for it. So I got my headshots done recently, and I had the wonderful universal experience of getting my headshots back and looking at my photos and going, oh my God, I'm so ugly. Oh my God, I'm so ugly. Oh no. I'm not nearly as good looking as I thought I was. I'm just like very average looking, kind of below average looking. That's just how people feel when they see any pictures of themselves. Like every single person, I think they could be the most beautiful person on the planet, and they would still look at photos of themselves and go, ooh, gross, yuck, I hate that. So I'm probably not ugly. And even if I am, that's okay. There's lots of ugly actors out there. They make great art. But it's very universal. We're all gonna have these inner critics and these inner judgments. And the reason that we have them is it's a protective measure. It's not because we're broken. It's not because the judgments are correct. It's because our brain wants to keep us safe from making a wrong step or from being attacked by somebody else. And so our brain tells us the worst things it can imagine in preparation for like having somebody else try to say it to us. But we are definitely allowed to say thank you, but no thank you. Truly, thank you, but no thank you. It sounds like you were ecstatic, says Shadow Shark. I was pretty happy. I'm still happy about winning the coloring contest. I would love to. Many creators I'd give a tip if I could. Been exempt from work for over a year's time. I filed 4 police reports towards my ex-employer. Let's just leave it at that. Okay. Feudally? Kind of a long badoobs, kind of a long message, but I'll try to read it as quickly as I can. I feel like the human body is constantly but slowly self-regulating happiness towards sadness and vice versa, always aiming towards kinds of dissatisfied. Anyone else feel the same? Happiness fades while wounds heal, but both eventually lead to some kind of boredom? Whoa, okay. Well, I think you're combining a couple different things. Number one of the greatest lessons my mother ever taught me was that only boring people get bored. Um, and I have to be really brutally honest with you. If you are bored, it is a you problem. We live in the most stimulating world imaginable. You can learn how to write poetry. You can learn how to boulder. You can take dance classes, you can take pottery classes, you can take language classes, and you can do all of these things in many places basically for free as well. There is definitely no, if anyone ever comes to me and they're like, I'm bored or this is boring, that automatically tells me that this person has a severe lack of internal fortitude or even a good sense of self. The boringness, I think, is a completely separate issue between happiness and healing. Making yourself happy and healing from trauma is not supposed to be so exciting. It's not. It really isn't. It's painful. It's slow. It's uncomfortable because it's growth. And growth happens a little bit over a long time. Comet Ball says life can be good too. Yes, if you know where to find it. And if you're open for seeing it. Not saying you have to, but the bot lets you bypass the character limit if you're a sub. Yes, if you subscribe, you do get to talk more. I gotta go. Have the best day. Have an amazing stream, you legend. Thanks, Shadow Shark. Have a good rest of your day. The amount of times that we think this will be horrible, and then it was just all in our minds. Or when we think of bad moments years ago and remember that literally we're the only ones still thinking about that moment. Exactly, North Countryman. Oh, this person's comment says, what is happiness without God and our constitution with him? We're just gonna ban you because that's neither here nor there. And it is irritating. Yeah. I wouldn't do any of those things unless I was bored though. Kind of my point. Boredom is a powerful force. I suppose so. I think you're just splitting hairs semantically at this point. Where it's what came first, the chicken or the egg? And it's it doesn't really matter. And well, what came first? Doing activities because you're bored, or being bored so you start doing activities? It's okay, a little pedantic, buddy. I can kind of understand why you might feel miserable if you're so caught up on these insignificant details. You might benefit from just relaxing a bit, dude. Yeah. Haven't been bored in years. Yeah, I've never, yeah. There's definitely boring things that we all have to go through. Absolutely. But that's just life? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what his point is. I love when someone says, I'm bored, want to do something? Be proactive, yeah. It's time for the daily dose of Invader V. Anabiosis says, hello, gorgeous girl. Hello, how are you today? Boredom as being understimulated is very much a thing. To me, all instant gratification just clutters it all together, the dopamine fiends. I just think there are a lot of people who are not particularly interesting. And it's because they're not interested in anything. And that's where the boredom lies, absolutely. If you're interested in things, then it goes to often prove that you are also going to be an interesting person. But I definitely see that there are a lot of uninteresting people who are not interested in anything other than complaining. And they really revel in this oh, life is just so hard and life is just so miserable. Dude, we live in an unprecedented time of peace and prosperity. there has never been so much wealth, so much information, so much opportunity in the human world. Like, I think our ancestors definitely had a reason to whine and complain. They didn't have limited books to read. They didn't have, rather, unlimited books to read. They didn't have unlimited film, television, games. Like, boredom is important, absolutely. But I think that's a very different kind of conversation. Children should be allowed to be bored, definitely, because being unstimulated from an external source does give you that internal interest of, well, there's nothing coming at me from the outside, and so I'm going to look inside and see what interests me, and then I'm going to seek that out. And that's really important for children. And it's something that the internet has taken away from children, but we're not children. And also, I didn't grow up in that world. And so that's not the world that I live in. Would being happy about small things be like that gratitude idea from before? Yes. Yeah. It's about perspective, and our perspective is within our control, even if it doesn't feel like it. Anabiosis says, it's always great when you're online, queen. Yep, I aim to please, baby. By just showing up and hanging out. Society is a lot more complex today, though, and that's where it gets rough. How do you know that society is more complicated now than it was in the past? There were complexities. I think you might just be like looking through this with a nostalgia filter. Human societies have always been deeply complex and many times very restrictive. There's always been people who have been exiled and rejected from society, and there's always been people who have been uplifted and celebrated by society. I think this idea that like things were simpler in the past, I guess there's some truth to it, but also humans have been humans for a long time. Yeah, how could anyone get bored when Animal Crossing and Zelda exists? Oh, Rightus, did you see there's somebody who posted it in the Animal Crossing subreddit, and they're like, I feel like they're gonna release a new Animal Crossing this year for Christmas. And everybody in the comments was like, no, they're not, no, they're not, no, they're not. No, they're not. They're definitely probably going to release a new Animal Crossing, like, for next Christmas. And that's okay. I'd love another full fucking year, 2 years of my Animal Crossing island. I love it. Their reasoning was that they know there are lots of people like me who are like, I'm not going to buy a Switch 2 until there's another Animal Crossing game. And so this initial like portion of selling the Switch 2 is like they're going to have all these great, wonderful sales. And then the sales will sort of like dip down a little bit because people will be like, oh, I don't need it. And then they'll release Animal Crossing new version. And then it'll pump up the sales again for probably next Christmas. I love my island though. If I knew on the pre-hand, I don't know what the word pre-hand means. I don't think I've ever read that before. That all I had to worry about was getting food in my stomach, a roof over my head, and a warm bed. I don't get what you're saying. You know what's more complex than society? Asking your wife if you can have a beer with the boys. Oh, baby, that's not right. That's not right. It might have felt simpler in the past because we were kids and everything felt simple back then. Yeah, absolutely. XGen says, boredom is just a function of limitations. Wealth, time, energy. The more limited you are, the more bored you are. Um, I disagree. I I think there are a lot of wealthy people who are deeply bored, and that makes them miserable. And then I think there are a lot of people who might even be considered like poor or like living within poverty, and they have an internal sense of gratitude that greatly outstrips those of the wealthy people. I think it's a pretty individual thing. I literally bought a Switch Lite to play Animal Crossing. They go hand in hand. Yeah. I have three game criteria for the Switch 2. A new Zelda game, Mario game, and an Animal Crossing game. Air Patrick says, how does it feel to wake up so stunning and so intelligent every day? Well, first of all, I feel real fucking stupid every single day. Like, I just learned that you're not supposed to put tomatoes in the fridge. So, I'm a moron. Just figured that out recently. Don't put tomatoes in the fridge. Surprise, surprise. And as far as being beautiful, oh my god, I just got my headshots back, and what's interesting is that the first time I looked at my headshots, I was like, I'm hideous, I'm disgusting, I'm awful. And then the second time I looked at them, I was like, okay, there are some good pictures in here. There's like some useful pictures in here. And then the third time I looked at them, which was after I had dinner, I was like, wow, these are great pictures. I look amazing. This is wonderful. So, I don't know. I don't feel particularly beautiful, and I don't feel particularly smart. But I guess that's just my perspective. Yeah, boredom depends on the person. That's kind of what I feel, yeah. If you're a boring person, you're going to be bored. Exactly what I said to start this conversation. Why do people not just drink with the wife and the boys? The wife enjoys a beer too. Jack Grimble, because it is important, even in a relationship, to maintain your individuality. That, like, it's important to go to your friends and to talk about your relationship with your wife. And you can't really do that if your wife is there with you. Yeah. I think it might become, I don't know, I've never been married, so I don't know if this is true or not. But I imagine that if you go, hey wife, I'm going to go out for a drink with the boys, and then tomorrow night, I'm going to take you out for dinner and a movie for date night. I feel like then the wife is a lot more excited about you going out and doing your jazz with the boys, because then she has your own quality time to look forward to as well. It can feel sad because oftentimes, like what I've noticed in relationships that I've had with guys, it's that guys will be like, oh, I just like want to go relax with my buddies. And it's like, and you don't want to relax with me, your partner? Well, that makes me feel like I'm not your friend. Why don't you like schedule equal time relaxing with me then? Wait, why no tomatoes in the fridge? I don't know, they just don't go. I'm gonna press X to doubting sliced tomatoes non-refrigerated. I don't know, you guys can Google this. Go ahead and Google it. I get cherry tomatoes anyway, so I'm not really slicing those motherfuckers up. Also, like, what are you doing that you're eating half a fucking tomato? Just eat the whole tomato. Wealthy people who are bored are limited in perceiving fun activities. X-Gen, with all due respect and kindness, you are speaking out of your ass. You're just talking straight out your ass. It's honestly just sounds like you're making a bunch of like wild, unbased judgments. Wealthy people who are bored are limited by their ability to perceive fun. I mean, there could be a number of reasons that a wealthy person is bored. Maybe they feel trapped by the expectations of their family or society. Maybe they're just a boring fucking person because they never developed a personality. Like, who fucking knows? Air Patrick says, everyone doesn't know every little thing, but you're well versed in what's important. I'm a very opinionated little cookie, as my father used to tell me, yes. It's us that makes things complicated through our thought processes. True. Aw, thanks for the bits, baby. You just unlocked the key to a successful marriage. I always tell my wife that we will do XYZ before I go hang out with the boys. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. You're just like, hey wife, I have this wonderful thing planned for you. But first I'm gonna go do this wonderful thing with the boys, and then we're gonna hang out. Are you sponsored by Birkenstock? Nope. I just like a comfortable lesbian shoe. Get a big tomato, slice it once, put it on a sandwich with lettuce and onion, fried egg, and a slice of cheese. Yeah, okay, sounds good. And then you take the other half of the tomato and you slice it into wedges, and then you eat that on the side. Duh. It's kind of crazy how saying we want to relax with the boys could make it seem like the extra time spent with the significant other could be taken for granted. Adding the extra plans for the significant other definitely shows appreciation for the significant other. Yeah. Yes, yeah. It also like ticks all of those like important love languages, which it's so interesting how like the whole internet was like really on board with love languages. They were like, oh, love languages are great, it's so wonderful. And then we like dug a little deeper into like, so where do these love languages originate from? And it was some like really devoutly religious pastor who just wanted to justify men being like, sex is my love language, it's touch, so you need to just give me sex. And then I'm not gonna do anything else to support any other love language. As depressing as fuck. Take this with a grain of salt. This is just what I read on the internet. And we all know how reliable and accurate the internet can be. Exactly. Okay, I'm gonna take my next break while you guys go Google love languages and the origin of them. Yeah. Don't go anywhere, baby. Stick around for more fun conversations. Oh, I did. I posted that butt. I posted that butt. It's posted. The butt's posted. You're welcome. I know that your life has no meaning unless I post my booty photos on the internet for you. Yeah. And that's what's most important. What are you guys talking about? You're having a very intense conversation. Like a new organism, for example, its organs and the way that it lives has a complex system, it already functions. You know what? Okay, I saw you guys talking back and forth earlier. You motherfuckers need to take this to your DMs, okay? The fact that you are arguing about, like, what is complexity? What is complex? You're missing the point. Shut the fuck up. Shut it. Shut your goddamn mouths. Thank God for North Countryman. Hey chat, what would you consider to be a sign of a good dentist? He has his own good teeth. What Comet said 100%. For years, I thought it was combat balls. Nah, it's comet balls. I get that a lot. You made me look, I'm not gonna lie. But still, if a dentist has good teeth, but his family or his people don't, something up with that dude. They didn't want him working on their mouths. A good one, on the other hand. How about a bald barber, though? That's totally fine. You can have no hair and be an amazing barber. You might not be an amazing barber if you have no hands. I don't know. I think that, like, what's more important, rather than if your barber has hair or not, is if you like their styling. That's been the number one thing for me. That, like, I have gotten so many haircuts from people that I hated who had terrible style. Just terrible style. And I walked in and I saw their style and I was like, oh no, their style is not my style. This is bad. This is gonna be like a bad news. This is gonna be a terrible circumstance because we don't value the same. Oof. We do not value the same points of aesthetic. I think what makes a good dentist is their communication and their overall manner. My dental hygienist and my dentist are both Asian women. The dental hygienist is like older, and my dentist is like an Asian woman about my age, like in her 30s. And she is so gentle and she is so communicative. And that is the best thing about her. That she's being real careful. She's being real slow in her approach. She's not overwhelming me by like jamming her fingers in my mouth. I love her. Great photo. Great. Oh my God, 2 sneezes. 2 sneezes, 1 stream. Thank you. Oh, they were talking the whole time during break. So strange. Should we not be doing this? No, it's just out of the norm. Just usually you guys are, I don't know, letting your dicks rest during the break, but you guys, you jerking each other off while I was gone. Yes, also, hair is only, like, having hair or not having hair is only one very small part of somebody's style. There are a lot of people who are deeply fucking stylish and they don't have a lick of fucking hair on their heads. Yeah. Oh, Zervanism, it's been a minute. How are you? Yeah, if he's got a good beard, a good mustache, even just, like, good clothing styling. What's his jewelry like? What are his shoes like? These are all little bits and pieces of information about what their style is, and if their style is going to match up to your style. Yeah. A barber with no hair makes sense because even if they had hair, they're not going to do their own hair most likely. Exactly. So you would be the best barber. No, I don't know how to cut hair. No, I do not know how to cut hair. I cut my own hair because I looked that up. My haircut's also very simple, just like a blunt cut with a little bit of bangs, because I have very fine hair. I have thick, fine hair. So I have like a lot of individual hairs, but the individual hairs are like really, really thin. Yeah. Real fine hair, but real thick, fine hair. There are tons of amazing actors who went bald. Absolutely. And then they look, what's interesting is that when you give them hair, they look strange. Like Dwayne the Jock Wrong Johnson. You know. Him with hair looks weird. It looks so strange. No hair for him. Yeah. Overall style does matter. Oh, that sneeze made me yawn. It has been a while. I'm doing well, newly single, so you know, I be out and about getting all kinds. I'm playing Minecraft right now. Oh, yay. Oh, good. The only thing I know about Minecraft is that everyone went fucking nuts for Chicken Jockey. That apparently was the coolest and craziest thing that anyone had ever seen. And that's good. I'm happy that people are happy with their Minecraft references. That's great. Yes, rock the Dwayne Johnson. Dwayne the Jock Ron Ronson. Johnson John Rock Rons John. Oh yeah, it's a baby zombie riding a chicken. Yeah. Yeah. Sir Patrick Stewart, he was the first one mentioned by Filcher. Yeah. So your hair is like your last photo, thick and fine. Yo, you got me. Yeah. Drainer, Do you drain wallets, goddess? Shut the fuck up and pay me, you worthless idiot. You're not here to talk, you're here to pay me. I heard that sneeze made me young. And what sort of sorcery is this? No. No, made me yawn. Yawn. Nothing makes us younger. Except for maybe bathing in the blood of our enemies. I don't know. Maybe, yeah. Oh, a calm last breath. Oh, honey, no. Your last breath underneath me is just gonna be a mouthful of ass. Get smothered, motherfucker. Dwayne the Johnson, I'm drowning in jazz. In jizz? Oh my god, Johnson. Oh my god, no. The lava chicken was worth the hype it got, though, I feel. I've never played Minecraft. You know this about me. It's just not for... There's just some games that are... It's okay. Just gargling. Gargles incoherently. Oh, we're just gonna ban you. I told you to pay me and you didn't, so we're just gonna ban you. Don't worry, Ritus, I got it. Go to hell, you worthless attention-seeking idiot. Just gargling and dying from being smothered under the thighs. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. I was gonna ban him anyways. I mean, if you come into my stream and, yeah, you want to pay me, I'm obviously amenable to that. But if you come into stream and you just want to talk about paying me, Jesus fucking Christ. Go take that shit elsewhere. You have pretty legs, Invader V. Yes. Yes, I do. Thank you for noticing. Fofu says, The Rock is the best. I'm glad that you feel that way. I'm happy that he makes you happy. I feel kind of the opposite. I feel a little bit like, if I see he's in a movie, it makes me less likely to want to go watch that movie. There are just some people that rub me the wrong way, and he's one of them. Not that he's done anything wrong. He seems like a nice dude. But, I mean, not everyone is gonna like everyone. Ah, yes, the good old blood of enemies. Too bad there's just so little enemies left. Everyone is just an irritable acquaintance. I can't even spell that word. Where did the Nemesi go? He's very good at playing himself. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I think I feel a little bit uncomfortable with him because of the steroid use. It's the steroid use. It's like, I view The Rock in the same lens as I view the Kardashians, which is that you are really perpetuating an unhealthy expectation of people's bodies. And it's so damaging. It's so damaging to so many people, to our society at large. Yeah. Hi, Dollar Records. How are you? Speaking of roids, I just came back from the gym. Yeah. Yeah. See, that's what I love about it. And yeah, the steroid use, the like intense plastic surgery that completely like reforms your entire face is, of course it's going to be off-putting. Deeply off-putting. I'm not so naive. Yeah. Hello, Speak. How are you today? I feel like I already know the ending if I see The Rock in a movie. Yeah, he's the winner, right? It's like written into his contract that he never loses, right? Or was that Vin Diesel? I can't remember now. I don't care about The Rock's acting. It's on the red carpet that he really shines. He's got great taste in clothes. Okay, I guess so. Yeah. Having good personal style is nice, but it doesn't really endear me to him. It sort of just like also fits into this idea that the most important thing is the appearance. But if the most important thing is appearances, that can really damage other people's perspectives on their own appearance in a negative way. This guy's like, The Rock is not on steroids. Oh, my sweet summer child. Okay, I'm not gonna argue with you about what I know with my own two eyes. That there's just no way that a human body would naturally grow in that way. You can exercise as much as you want. You can, yeah, all the creatine powder that you want. But there's also steroid use, which is deeply unnatural, and then shifts the needle for what we perceive as being attractive in an unattainable way. It's just so frustrating. Yeah, it is The Rock. He has it in his contracts that he like never loses a fight. I'm good, thanks. Just woke up from a nap. Oh, sweet. Which was kind of baffling when he signed up to be Black Adam, who is a villain. Yeah. If you look at his cheat days, it makes sense why he is so large. My dude. There is nothing that is shown to us from celebrities that is authentic, real, or natural. It's absolutely very possible that oftentimes celebrities will film themselves eating high-calorie junk food. But that's not the truth. It's not the truth. You don't know what happens when the camera stops rolling. You look like a Greek goddess. Yes, I do. Yeah, I've heard the photoshopping by influencers on Instagram is very common too, cultivates unrealistic expectations for appearances. I mean, what looks good in a still photo and what looks good in real life is very, very different. Yeah. Which part of him is plastic surgery? Does anybody know? Well, most celebrities will get a nose job. There's lots of jaw implants that are quite common. Facelifts, fillers, and Botox. All of these things are as commonplace with celebrities as brushing your teeth is for a regular human person. It's just the way the world is. And it makes it a little bit sadder to recognize how fake everybody is. But we were talking about how that sadness is a necessary element for then cultivating joy. Mm-hmm. You could 100% pass as Artemis, come to think of it. Can you use a bow or a firearm? Oh yeah, I taught archery at summer camp when I was a summer camp counselor. I loved doing archery. It was so wonderful. It was a great time. Dollar Records and Fufu. Not that I don't love you two having your own conversation, but is this conversation really the most necessary to be having in Invader V's Twitch chat right now? Like, is it possible that you guys could just click on each other's usernames and then have a private DM conversation about your creatine powder and staying hydrated for exercising? Not that I don't love listening to two guys talk about the most boring shit imaginable. So fun, so interesting. Tell me more about your workout plan. Yeah, right? This is what I signed up for. Hi, puppy dog. Do you want to come up? Bow. Come on up. Bow. Yeah, come on up. Yeah, there's definitely more important things to talk about, like this bedhead baby. Look at this little bedheaded baby. Hello, my sweet girl. Everyone thinks she's a little boy. Everybody sees her as a little boy. Look at this sweet pup. Look at this sweet pup. She's got a fluffy head. She's got a fluffy heart. She's so friendly and so silly. We were at the off-leash dog park the other day. Just like hanging out. I brought my book. We were reading. The air quality wasn't phenomenal, so I didn't want her to be like running around too much. But we were just hanging out, and then there was like a family with their kids also at the off-leash dog park. And the kids were like running up and down the dog park. And then so Bao obviously was like, oh, we're running, I'm gonna chase you. And one of the kids got like so freaked out. I was like, oh, she's like friendly, she's so sweet, she just wants to play with you, it's totally fine. And it was really interesting to watch, like immediately that like little kid was like, oh my god, the dog's chasing me, I'm so scared. Oh my god, I'm so scared, the dog is chasing me. And then immediately then switching over to like, wait a minute, I want the dog to chase me again. It was so fun when the dog was chasing me. Did you just tell me to keep petting you? Okay, I'll keep petting you. It's so sweet. And then they were disappointed because like she wasn't chasing them anymore. And I could see them like looking at her like, come on, is the dog gonna chase me? What style of archery? Oh, so when I taught it at summer camp, we just had like paper bullseyes in a little shooting range. And the bows were like appropriate for children to use. They were not like fancy, complex compound bows or anything like that, no. You are thinking far too hard and complicated about this. This was like summer camp archery. This wasn't like Olympic level competition style. Have you done any voiceover stuff lately? No, I'm actually going to start shopping around for new representation and then to hopefully get back into it soon, yeah. Hi, puppy dog. Oh, puppy dog and all the little puppy spots. All the best puppy spots to scritch. Right here next to the ear, that's a good spot. Oh, that's a real good spot right there. I feel your little puppy cheekbone. Oh, yeah. This fluffy goober. We're very Christmas colored today. With her in red and me in green. Hi, puppy. Hi. Yes, this is your paw. This is your paw that you put on my tummy. Is this to tell me to keep petting you? I do. I get excited about stuff. Sorry, V. It's okay. It's just not as like exciting or as complicated as you're making it out to be at all. It's just a simple, like, I think the bows were like fiberglass, maybe? I don't know. And it was like a children's summer camp, so not particularly fancy. This guy said compound bow is cheating. Dude, I'm just gonna go ahead. I have to, you're real annoying. You're like a very annoying person. It doesn't matter what anyone says. You're like, I'm gonna be the dissenting opinion. The sky is blue. Actually, the sky is colorless because of the atmosphere. Okay, dude. All right. This is... I'm understanding why you have time to be here in my Twitch chat and you're not inundated with invitations from friends to hang out. Okie dokie. Oh, my dude. Whew. I feel like I was being real patient before with him, and it's just like, no matter what I talk about, he's just gonna dissent? Jesus Christ. Should I just... I'm sorry. I don't actually want you to be sorry. I just want you to be better. Yeah. You apologizing for being annoying does not eradicate the annoyingness. Yeah. Oh, I love those insults. They're just so creative. Maybe somebody could give some subs and we could clear our palate. Maybe we could just move on from the continuous negativity of this one Twitch chatter. Holy God in heaven. Does slow mode not work for him? Did we turn off slow mode? Oh, where have you been, Maddie? Oh, it's been a minute. Yeah, this is exactly what I was looking forward to. Yes. Hello, Maddie. I haven't seen you in chat in a fucking minute. Welcome, my dear. I hope that you've been doing well. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's so deeply appreciated. I am here to improve the vibes. Babe, you're doing it. Babe, it's happening. I'm intensely grateful for it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, puppy. Hello. Yeah. Eclecticism says, actually, the atmosphere is all the colors simultaneously, as it depends on the angle at which the sunlight, ... Continuation, continuation, continuation. Ain't that just the way? Ain't that just... Oh, a big yawn from such a little puppy. Ain't that just the way? Yeah. I love a good palate cleanser, especially from an old friend. It's especially nice when it comes from an old friend. Yeah. It's so good to see your usernames again and to have you come back into the fold. Welcome back. Oh, another big yawn. Puppy, oh, are you so happy and relaxed being here in my lap? My big fluffy baby. My big fluffy baby. She's so sweet. Last night, after I watched that Crime A to Z video on the Watts family murder, I was like, okay, I need to relax. I'm so tense from this because, like, oh my God. He murdered his whole family, and, like, in his confession to, I think it was to, like, a woman who became his pen pal after the fact, he really went in hard and being like, I didn't feel any remorse. I didn't feel bad at all. Oh my God in heaven. It was really terrible. So I was like, let's do yoga. Let's do before bedtime yoga. Happy anniversary. Oh, thank you for 2 months. Saikoro, welcome back. Thank you for 2 months. I was doing yoga last night and it was before bed yoga. So like you start sitting down with your legs crossed and you just do some like real gentle stretching. And Val came. And when she was like a little puppy, she used to like curl up in my lap and take naps all the time. And now she's a little bit too big to actually curl up in my lap and take a nap all the time. But she was so sweet. She just like flopped her head down into my lap and like snuggled her body up as close as she could get to me. And I felt like literally the luckiest girl in the entire world. To be like, this perfect fluffy puppy is cuddling me while I do yoga before bed. The world does not get any better. It's just perfect. Hi. Go kiss your nose. I'm gonna kiss your nose. I was watching Dan to Dan this morning. Oh, what did you think of it, Ritus? What did you think? What do you think? What do you think? I love it. I love it. I love it. I feel like it's one of the best animes made of all time. It just works on so many levels. It has a deep amount of heart. It's got some thrills and some chills. It's got great comedy, like incredibly hilarious comedy. In the first episode, the timing of the spaceship crashing through the hospital, crashing onto the ground, and then immediately fucking Momo's there to kick the door open is just so fucking funny. I think I watched 6 episodes. Oh, you stopped at a perfect time. Because episode 7 is where it goes in a very different direction. it's good to then like begin with episode 7, because then you're gonna start episode 7, you'll go straight into episode 12. Yeah, that's where it starts getting. You're gonna cry. You're gonna cry. You're gonna cry, little dog. I never gave anime a chance, to be frank. I don't know why. It can be intimidating. There's so much of it. And the people who love anime are so fanatical about it. So it can be intimidating, absolutely. Oh, hello. Now we're just standing over me. What are you sniffing? What do you smell, little snifferini? I don't know what she's sniffing. So getting into anime can be a little bit intimidating. There's a lot of anime to get into. I would say if you're going to start, if you wanted to try it, Dan to Dan is a good one to start with. Yeah. Dan to Dan is an excellent entry point into anime, where it has a really lovely balance of good characters, but not too many characters. Great storylines, but not overly complex storylines. And very few flashbacks. Very few flashbacks. It's the best part of it. There's nothing more frustrating in anime than being like, oh my god, this episode is 50% flashbacks, which means they're just flashing back to episodes that we've already seen. I grew up with anime like Dragon Balls and etc., and I kept watching. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is a really, really good anime if you really like anime. I'm not really sure that Demon Slayer is a good first anime for people who have never watched any of it, because it's incredibly intense. I think Demon Slayer is the anime lover's anime. Yeah. I watched Pokemon, if that counts. Pokemon totally counts as anime, yeah. Another Discord is hyped for City the Animation that comes out next month. Ooh, okay, yeah. The latter half of Naruto Shippuden gets real crazy. And One Piece is so intimidatingly huge and big and expansive. It's definitely not a beginner anime. Hunter x Hunter is up there for me. Yeah, I think... Who is the creator of Hunter x Hunter married to? Is he married to the creator of Sailor Moon? Or am I getting it confused with another different anime? No, I think she was already married. Maybe not. Now I can't remember. Naruto Shippuden is just flashbacks for the last 4 episodes. So many flashbacks. I tend to watch a lot of bushcraft stuff when I have free time. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of that. Neon Genesis Evangelion is one of the most famous TV series. I didn't like it. Ghost in the Shell is another really famous one. Favorite of James Cameron. Yup. One Punch Man for those who are already into superheroes. Yup. Yeah, the author, the mangaka of Sailor Moon, and the creator of Hunter x Hunter are married in real life. It's so sweet. I love it. It makes me so happy. Sailor Moon, Jack Grimble, would be the anime that influenced my life in profound and intense ways. Yours is Samurai Champloo, for sure. Oh, that was a good one. I remember watching that when I was younger, for sure. Bushcraft is nature survival with very little gear, like camping with just like a rucksack and a knife. Oh, okay, cool. Sailor Moon is excellent. It deeply influenced my life. No!
It's wonderful to hear how deeply Sailor Moon influenced your life. You're not alone in that sentiment. The series has had a truly profound and lasting impact on millions of people around the world, and for many reasons. Redefining the magical girl genre. While not the first magical girl anime, Sailor Moon revolutionized the genre by
Okay, Google, that's enough.
Sounds good. If you ever want to chat more about Sailor Moon or anything else, just let me know.
My phone was listening to me. I'm not talking to you, phone. What did I say that even sounded like that? He would have just kept going. He just would have kept going. I wish there were more detective animes. I haven't watched The Apothecary Diaries yet. But I feel like The Apothecary Diaries might be what you're looking for. And I've heard wonderful, wonderful things about it. Where, like, I might start watching it this weekend because I'm like, okay, this sounds fun. This looks interesting. And people are going nuts for it. So maybe check out The Apothecary Diaries. Yeah, good stuff. Turtle Durdle. Neon Genitals Evangelist was good in my opinion. Yep, that's what it's called. That's the name of that anime. I vaguely remember being in love with Sailor Mars, or was it Sailor Jupiter? It's probably both. They're both great. Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, that checks out. Yep. Detective Conan is a good long-running detecting anime. I've never heard of it. That's incredible. Rightus, I think you made the right choice. I don't feel like anything of value was lost. Yeah. The Hunter x Hunter creator also made Yu Yu Hakusho. Wait, Hakusho? I've heard of that one. Yeah. And that was sarcasm for all those who just joined us. Turtle Durdle says, if we buy your stuff off of Throne, will you wear it on stream? Maybe. It depends on if I feel like it or not. There are some things that are like on the Throne that I'm like, no, this is for like daily wear. This isn't for stream wear. Also, I feel like I should just take all of that. Oh, the fake, no, don't get the silicone chest plate. It's terrible. Somebody already bought that for me. I don't know why that's already on the wish list. It's awful. It does not look like I have boobs. It does not look like boobs. It definitely looks like a fake pair of tits. It doesn't look good or natural. For whatever reason, the silicone chest plate, I have it in my closet. I've never worn it. The boobs are down here. What if I buy a higher quality version? No. Turtle Durdle, no fake boobs. No fake boobs. I think my boobs are great the way they are. I think it's fine. Yeah, the like silicone chest plates work if you don't already have breasts. So therefore, like, guys who want to cosplay as girls, which like might look fine and dandy for them, but it does not look good. No, it does not. Trust me. Silly question, but was it upside down? I mean, it's like a turtleneck that you put on. So there's no way of putting it on upside down. You can't put a turtleneck on upside down. Yeah. Yep. Big fake boobies often just look like big fake boobies, which is not really very exciting. Does the silicone chest plate have nipples? I don't know. If it does, they weren't very impressive because I have no memory of them. Yeah. It sounds like armor. What the heck? Silicone chest plate is something that you'd buy on Etsy to cosplay as Commander Shepard. Forgive me, I'm not experienced with such chess pieces. I'm pretty sure they're mostly just for drag queens. They're not for, like, people with breasts. Yeah. Turtle Durdle asks, would you consider yourself an e-girl? Yeah. I'm on the internet. and the definition of e-girl is girl on the internet. It's as broad or as narrow as you want it to be, because it doesn't mean anything. It's just nonsense garbage words. Maybe it was a saggy silicone chest plate. Not that this is actually going to educate you or your listening whatsoever, but gigantic balls of silicone don't defy gravity. Like, you can't have a gigantic ball of silicone just like floating like up perfectly like that. It's just not how gravity works. It's just not how breasts work. It's just how it is that, it's why your tits sag so low. Chat? Yeah. Hi, Bulkv. How are you doing today? Yeah, those chest plates are fucking heavy. Hey, my titties are perky. Take that back. No, you seem like a disgusting, flabby-tittied loser. Just from the small interaction that we've had so far. But what if they try defying gravity, like Alphaba? I mean, Cynthia and Ariana Grande have 0% body fat. I highly doubt that they have any breast tissue left on either of them for being so incredibly thin. Yep. Good job, Ritus. That's the right choice, yeah. Yeah, the silicone chest plate was... I mean, the reality is I put it on and I was like, this looks terrible. Like, this looks awful. It took my like very beautiful upper body and made it look deformed and revolting. Yeah. Not great. Not great. Not ideal. Hi, Invader. What's good, sub? How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good, fun, relaxing week. It's Tuesday, and what a Tuesday. What about anime swords? Do you own any? No, not much of a sword person. Not much of a sword person. Also, as far as like cosplay goes, when you're at a convention, having like a bunch of gigantic props is ill-advised. It's not a great thing. Did you see Cynthia's opening at the Tonys? It's a phenomenal performance. I haven't. I think it's all great. I don't really love award ceremonies. There was like a beautiful magic to award ceremonies when we were little, where like everyone's dressed so beautifully and it's all so fancy and it's so great. These like wonderful accomplishments are being acknowledged. And then you get older and you're like, wow, this is just like a big jerk-off fest for people whose egos are already fucking way out of control. Not a huge fan of like any award ceremonies. I just look at it and I'm like, this is the Capitol from the Hunger Games. This is just like a bunch of wealthy jerk-offs jerking each other off wealthily. And in the past, it was sort of fun to like look up at that and be like, oh, it's so inspirational, so aspirational. But now I'm like, I don't think I would have fun in that room with those people. I don't want to imagine myself being there. I don't really care about them all patting each other on the back. Yeah. I think I'd rather watch true crime on YouTube. Yeah. I feel the same, except for game-related ones. So, like, well, that's an interesting distinction, yeah. Because whole teams of people work on those games. Yeah. And it is really nice to see like all those teams getting the recognition that they deserve rather. Yeah. I'd leave my seat and go to the snack table. Yeah, good snacks probably. Because everyone in Hollywood looks like they're eating all the time. It was fun before social media because their true personalities were behind the curtain. Yeah, the ignorance was really bliss when it came to so many celebrities. One of my friends continuously just gets so frustrated with me because they'll be like, I love this actor. And I'm like, that actor supports Donald Trump. You shouldn't like them. And they're like, fuck, god damn it, don't tell me this. I just want to idolize my fucking heroes. It's like, no, you really shouldn't. You really shouldn't idolize any of these people. It takes an almost clinical level of narcissism to become that level of successful. Like, I don't know if you guys remember this, but like a year or two ago, Glenn Powell and Sydney Sweeney were doing this like romantic comedy movie together. And there was a lot of buzz around the movie because their chemistry was so good, and then they were seen out and about together like continuously, the two lead actors. And today, Glenn Powell's ex-girlfriend, her name is Gigi Paris, she did an interview where she talked about how degrading, dehumanizing, and fucking painful it was for her boyfriend to be like, well, the producers said that this is really going to like help with the movie's promotion, so like don't come to set. I'm not gonna hang out with you in public. I'm just gonna go spend time with Sydney Sweeney to fan the flames of this like tawdry affair that's going rampant all throughout society. And that's so heartbreaking. That's so sad to commodify your relationship that they had been dating for 3 years. She had like stuck by him before he was getting these gigantic big roles. And then he was like, it's good for my career for people to speculate whether I'm cheating on you or not. And this poor girl is like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? Why would you ever think that's possible or appropriate? And that's how you have to think if you want to be successful to that degree. Which is real off-putting. Let's not be successful to that degree, my dudes. My heart really breaks for that poor girl. I'm sure she's fine. She seems like a beautiful, successful, talented person. I hope she's in like a happier and better relationship. And like, I haven't heard anything from Glenn Powell recently. He was in so many movies, and now, I don't know. I love movies. I love going to see them. I have not seen him in a trailer recently. And I've seen a lot of trailers recently, so was it worth it for him? Is it ever worth it? It seems like the really nice celebrities are few and far between. Jack Grimble says, I don't know what makes me itch more. Is it the fact that he acted that way, or the fact that he was instructed to feed the tabloids for marketing because it actually works? Does it actually work? It definitely got a lot of buzz, and it's what you want for whatever production. Who is a nice celebrity? Kristen Schaal. Kristen Schaal. She was in Flight of the Conchords. She was in 30 Rock. She voiced Mabel Pines in Gravity Falls, and she voices Louise Belcher in Bob's Burgers. She seems nice. When I think of like who is a nice celebrity, I'm like, Kristen Schaal is so nice. She seems lovely. I like her so much. Oh, the outfit looks lovely, as is the norm. Yes, it's a very cozy, sweet, relaxed summer fit, and I love it. And I love it. Yeah. Okay, one quick break. One last very quick break, and then I'll be right back, my dudes. Don't go anywhere. Stick around. I came back. Hello. What have you guys been up to? Other than missing me. Oh, I just remembered. Did anybody watch or read Mashy? No, Mashal? Magic and Muscles? I've never heard of it. Is it any good? Jack Grimble says, heck yes. Funny as hell. Pretty much a solid Harry Potter parody, where Harry's not a wizard, but a gym bro, and the rest of his crew are the usual tropes with like good placement within the storyline. Or is that sarcasm? I sense it might have been sarcasm. No, I think he was being honest. On my part, no, not at all. Yeah, he said, yeah, not at all. You seem decent. I was contemplating what to watch tonight. I just missed V. Yeah. Filcher says, I'm a little late to this question. Who is a nice celebrity? But nice celebrities, Tom Hanks, by all accounts. Richard Dreyfuss is another one. I'm sure there are others. These guys are like famously kind people. Richard Kind? He's kind, and it's in his name. There are definitely like some nice celebrities for sure, but I think it's one of those things where the exceptions to the rule further prove the rule. You know what I mean? Where like we do have some really nice celebrities, absolutely. There's also just I used to have such a crush on Tom Felton. Okay. So like I was the right age for Harry Potter. I was like a big Harry Potter fan. And I was like, oh, like Harry, Ron, and Hermione are all totally fine. But I had such a huge crush on Tom Felton, who played Draco Malfoy. I thought he was like so cute. I thought he was such a great actor. I really, really liked him. And then it also made me really happy that like Emma Watson talked about how while they were filming the movie, she also had a little bit of a crush on him too. And I was like, okay, Emma Watson seems like a good person. And if she had a crush on Tom Felton, then he should be a good person too. I totally get that. And like just in the past couple weeks, like very recently, he has exposed himself as being like not an ally. He is not an ally to our trans brothers and sisters and non-binary people. He is not an ally to the people who need him the most. And it's so sad, it's so frustrating. He's joining the cast of The Cursed Child on Broadway. And he was at, was it the Tony Awards? I don't remember exactly, but he was on the red carpet for something. And good on this reporter. Thank God for this reporter asking this question, because it's so frustrating how oftentimes there's just like softball questions. Are you so excited to be in the show? What does it feel like stepping back into these shoes? No, ask him the real question. What do you think of J.K. Rowling's like vitriolic, idiotic stance against trans people? And his answer was just so sad and so disappointing. He was like, I'm not attuned to that. I don't really know about that. I do know that like Harry Potter brought so many people together across the entire globe, and that she's responsible for that. Is just like, I just really, really wish he had said, this character is obviously so important to me, and walking away from this character is not something that I want to do. But I love all my trans brothers and sisters and non-binary people, and I do not condone. It's just so sad and frustrating. And like Nick Frost is another person. Nick Frost is going to play Hagrid in the HBO TV series of Harry Potter that's going to come out. And Nick Frost was also like, I had to disable comments on my video, and like, I don't think that this should blow over, but I'm still going to take the paycheck from Harry Potter. It was really crazy because in the comments on that post, there were people arguing that like, this is a life-changing opportunity for so many of these actors, turning it down just because of the principle of the matter that like, the creator is a raging fucking transphobe. How can they like wreck their own careers to stand up for what's right? And it's like, because standing up for what's right is hard. And also people like Nick Frost and John Lithgow, this is not an opportunity for them. They are incredibly famous, popular, established actors who don't need these paychecks. There's definitely other studios and other productions that would love to have them on board, and that money is not going to be funneled directly into this anti-trans fucking nightmare that J.K. Rowling is. It's also not like J.K. Rowling, it's not like people are digging super hard and have discovered something that she privately is kind of passionate about. This woman has non-stop been attacking men and women for no good fucking reason for years. To an insane fucking level. I knew he was a big fan of the franchise, says Ritus. He was vocal about his love for Harry Potter when J.K. Rowling was the loudest with her bullshit. Yeah. Heck Dash says, I heard the actor for Lucius fixed up his wig, costume, and cane. Do you mean in the movies or in like the stage productions? Welcome back. Yeah, it was her publicity. I'm not even a fan of J.K. Rowling's writing. Makes such crapping on her transphobe views so much easier for me. Yeah. I loved the Harry Potter books because I was a child reading books written for children. But as an adult now, I'm like, there's definitely better written children's books out there. Same thing with this other person who went off the deep end publicly. I'm not familiar with him, which is great. I'm glad that I don't have to know more about these awful people. Rilo Gamer says, I never liked Harry Potter. I gave it a try several times, could never get into it. It's not for everyone, yeah. And just being so intensely, like, violent about trans people, of all people. Like, you're picking a very small minority of the population who are already the target for so much vitriol and violence. Why are you piling on? Why the fuck is she doing this? I had a friend who got, and I'm sure you guys do as well, I'm sure so many of us have friends who've had this happen. I had a friend who got the Deathly Hallows symbol tattooed on their foot. They had like a big Deathly Hallows symbol tattooed on their foot. And then J.K. Rowling just couldn't shut her fucking mouth about her transphobia. And my friend, he's gay. He was just like, oh, time to book another tattoo session. And he got his Deathly Hallows symbol turned into a Spider-Man. Like, it's like a cartoony version of Spider-Man, where like the circle like split in half is like Spider-Man's eyes, and then the triangle around it like got turned into webs. And he showed it to us and we're like, oh, do you really love Spider-Man? He's like, no, I just really fucking hate J.K. Rowling. I thought it was so fucking funny. No, I don't even particularly love Spider-Man that much. I just really fucking hate J.K. Rowling. Thank Jason Isaacs for Lucius Malfoy's iconic wig. Oh, the movie actor. Oh, yes, yeah. Yeah, Jason Isaacs did a great job as Lucius in the movies. He really fucking nailed it. Very, like, terrifying, very threatening, but then also those, like, moments of his weakness are really good. My favorite Jason Isaacs movie is absolutely Event Horizon. I love Event Horizon. I love it. That would be the movie that if I ever met him, I'd be like, I loved you in Event Horizon. Did you have fun filming it? If you didn't, lie to me. Just lie to me. Tell me the sweet lies, please and thank you. Yeah, give me those lies. I saw Event Horizon a long time ago. Does it hold up? It's still so good. It's still so fucking good. Yes, it is. The story is still amazing. The characters are still amazing. Oh, I absolutely fucking love it. I love it to death, yes. Some of the CGI is of its time. Some of the CGI, you're like, whoa. Oh, CGI looks very 1997. But that's okay. I don't mind that it looks like it's 1997. I don't need everything to be fucking seamless and slick and 2025-ish. I'm just saying, this cast for this upcoming Hunger Games movie about the Haymitch's games are the top 5 casting of all time. Yes, Elle Fanning as Effie Trinket. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love the Fanning sisters. They seem like they're so much fun. It's so lovely. They will post on their Instagram them hanging out with their friends. Yeah. Voldemort as President Snow? Wait, which, Ray Fiennes? Oh, what's good, Poppy Smurf? Ray Fiennes is President Snow? Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense for his age. Yeah. Because, Donald Sutherland, I feel like that's like the right age range. Perfect, great. To be honest, some CGI these days manages to look worse than CGI from the past. It has to do with the physics. It has to do with the physics. Like, you go and you rewatch the original Jurassic Park movie, and you're like, this is perfect. It's so good. It's real good. Maya Hawke as Wirus, as the young Wirus. Ooh! Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, very good. Oh, wait. He wasn't a minor character in The Death of Stalin. He had that, like, one shot where he flips off his cloak, and he pulls his fucking, and all the metals fucking jingle jangle. Was that a minor part? I feel like the only thing I've seen of The Death of Stalin is that fucking shot. Yeah. Kieran Culkin as Caesar Flickerman. Oh, that's very good. That's very good casting, yeah. Rilo Gamer says, I saw Event Horizon at the theaters as a kid with my dad. What? Oh my god, how old are you? I don't remember much about it, but I do remember it was very intriguing. Whoa, oh my god. Was that one of those movies that your dad was like, don't tell mom we went to go see this? Oh, my favorite TV trope. Graphics suck in the future. Example, terminal displays in Alien. I love retrofuturism. I'm always into the retrofuturism. Where I don't mind that, like, movies in the past, where, like, we're just going to use the level of technology that we kind of have right now in this futuristic setting, because it's congruent with the rest of the world. I like it. I think it's great. It's so funny. I will use the uncensored F word. Go for it. Go for it. Yeah. I remember that movie. That's a good one. You have a good memory. I love movies. Movies are important. I love movies. I like knowing all these fun little bits and pieces. I was that girl who, like, I would sit down, I would watch a movie, and then as soon as it was done, I would read through every single bit of trivia on the IMDb page, and I would, like, click through all the actors and then look at what all the actors had done elsewhere and try to, like, figure out. When we were younger, my family and I would play, like, 6 Degrees of Separation, where you pick 2 actors, and then you have to find 6 degrees of separation between them with the movies that they've done overlapping. I was really good at it when I was younger. But I also think there's been, like, a huge explosion of movie stars now that we're a little bit older, and it's a little bit harder to do. There's a lot more movies, which is fun and exciting. But I love it. I am immortal. I was born in the 80s and I grew up in the 90s. Oh, okay. So, like, you were a kid, but you weren't under 10 years old. Because I was 7 years old when Event Horizon came out, and it would not have been appropriate for a 7-year-old to watch Event Horizon. Absolutely not. But, like, if you were, like, 15, 16 years old, yeah, Event Horizon would be, like, it'd be fucking scary as a teenager, but not like you're gonna be up all night with nightmares. I'm considering trying to see if I can transfer to the sub-dubbing or film restoration division of my company. Gotta see if any openings are there. Ooh, that would be so cool, Dashin. Personally, I think movies and TV are the same level of geek and as the same level of the Greek and Shakespearean plays. We can appreciate and quote them to our heart's content. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's so good. Thank you for a great stream, everyone. It's great conversations without too many weird comments. Who are we gonna raid today? Who's catching this raid? Who's streaming? We raided Rifkin, base trade yesterday. Oh, Selkie! Our sweet, beautiful, stretchy Selkie. They're doing yoga right now, it looks like. Wake up, it's time to go hang out with Selkie. Thank you so much for a great day of streaming, guys. I think I'll be back tomorrow. I'm pretty sure Thursday is our therapy day. So let me check my calendar. Yes. Yeah, Thursday is going to be therapy day, so I'll be back tomorrow for stream. Hooray! I'll see you guys later. Have a good rest of your day.